Tonight, some stories begin with a question so simple it changes everything. What does it mean to truly become something, a world filled with voices, each claiming to understand, yet knowing so little, a truth hidden in words that can build or break everything we believe, and a life spent searching for meaning that may never be fully known. Some speak, some listen, but few truly understand. So just listen and let these quiet, strange, and thoughtful stories carry you into sleep. Soup from a sausage skewer. We had such an excellent dinner yesterday, said an old mouse of the female sex to another who had not been present at the feast. I sat number 21 below the Mouse King, which was not a bad place. Shall I tell you what we had? Everything was first rate. Moldy bread, tallow candle, and sausage. And then, when we had finished that course, the same came on all over again. It was as good as 2 feasts. We were very sociable, and there was as much joking and fun as if we had been all of one family circle. Nothing was left but the sausage skewers, and this formed a subject of conversation, till at last it turned to the proverb, soup from sausage skins, or as the people in the neighboring country call it, soup from a sausage skewer. Everyone had heard the proverb, but no one had ever tasted the soup, much less prepared it. A capital toast was drunk to the inventor of the soup, and someone said he ought to be made a relieving officer to the poor. Was not that witty? Then the old Mouse King rose and promised that the young lady mouse, who should learn how best to prepare this much admired and savory soup, should be his queen, and a year and a day should be allowed for the purpose. That was not at all a bad proposal, said the other mouse. But how is the soup made? Ah, that is more than I can tell you. All the young lady mice were asking the same question. They wished very much to be queen, but they did not want to take the trouble of going out into the world to learn how to make soup, which was absolutely necessary to be done first. But it is not everyone who would care to leave her family or her happy corner by the fireside at home, even to be made queen. It is not always easy to find bacon and cheese rind in foreign lands every day, and it is not pleasant to have to endure hunger and be perhaps, after all, eaten up alive by the cat. Most probably, some such thoughts as these discouraged the majority from going out into the world to collect the required information. Only 4 mice gave notice that they were ready to set out on the journey. They were young and lively, but poor. Each of them wished to visit one of the 4 divisions of the world, so that it might be seen which was the most favored by fortune. Everyone took a sausage skewer as a traveler's staff, and to remind them of the object of their journey. They left home early in May, and none of them returned till the 1st of May in the following year, and then only 3 of them. Nothing was seen or heard of the 4th, although the day of decision was close at hand. Yes, there is always some trouble mixed up with the greatest pleasure, said the Mouse King. But he gave orders that all the mice within a circle of many miles should be invited at once. They were to assemble in the kitchen, and the 3 traveled mice were to stand in a row before them, while a sausage skewer covered with crepe was to be stuck up instead of the missing mouse. No one dared to express an opinion until the king spoke and desired one of them to go on with her story. And now we shall hear what she said. What the first little mouse saw and heard on her travels. When I first went out into the world, said the little mouse, I fancied, as so many of my age do, that I already knew everything. But it was not so. It takes years to acquire great knowledge. I went at once to sea in a ship bound for the north. I had been told that the ship's cook must know how to prepare every dish at sea, and it is easy enough to do that with plenty of sides of bacon and large tubs of salt meat and moldy flour. There I found plenty of delicate food, but no opportunity for learning how to make soup from a sausage skewer. We sailed on for many days and nights. The ship rocked fearfully, and we did not escape without a wetting. As soon as we arrived at the port to which the ship was bound, I left it and went on shore at a place far towards the north. It is a wonderful thing to leave your own little corner at home, to hide yourself in a ship where there are sure to be some nice, snug corners for shelter, then suddenly to find yourself thousands of miles away in a foreign land. I saw large, pathless forests of pine and birch trees, which smelt so strong that I sneezed and thought of sausage. There were great lakes also, which looked as black as ink at a distance, but were quite clear when I came close to them. Large swans were floating upon them, and I thought at first they were only foam, they lay so still. But when I saw them walk and fly, I knew what they were directly. They belong to the goose species. One can see that by their walk. No one can attempt to disguise family descent. I kept with my own kind and associated with the forest and field mice, who, however, knew very little, especially about what I wanted to know, and which had actually made me travel abroad. The idea that soup could be made from a sausage skewer was to them such an out-of-the-way, unlikely thought that it was repeated from one to another through the whole forest. They declared that the problem would never be solved, that the thing was an impossibility. How little I thought that in this place, on the very first night, I should be initiated into the manner of its preparation. It was the height of summer, which the mice told me was the reason that the forest smelt so strong, and that the herbs were so fragrant, and the lakes, with the white swimming swans, so dark and yet so clear. On the margin of the wood, near to 3 or 4 houses, a pole as large as the mainmast of a ship had been erected, and from the summit hung wreaths of flowers and fluttering ribbons. It was the maypole. Lads and lasses danced round the pole and tried to outdo the violins of the musicians with their singing. They were as merry as ever at sunset and in the moonlight, but I took no part in the merrymaking. What has a little mouse to do with a maypole dance? I sat in the soft moss and held my sausage skewer tight. The moon threw its beams particularly on one spot where stood a tree covered with exceedingly fine moss. I may almost venture to say that it was as fine and soft as the fur of the Mouse King, but it was green, which is a color very agreeable to the eye. All at once, I saw the most charming little people marching towards me. They did not reach higher than my knee. They looked like human beings, but were better proportioned, and they called themselves elves. Their clothes were very delicate and fine, for they were made of the leaves of flowers, trimmed with the wings of flies and gnats, which had not a bad effect. By their manner, it appeared as if they were seeking for something. I knew not what, till at last one of them espied me and came towards me, and the foremost pointed to my sausage skewer and said, "There, that is just what we want. See, it is pointed at the top. Is it not capital?" And the longer he looked at my pilgrim's staff, the more delighted he became. "I will lend it to you," said I, "but not to keep." "Oh no, we won't keep it," they all cried. And then they seized the skewer, which I gave up to them, and danced with it to the spot where the delicate moss grew, and set it up in the middle of the green. They wanted a maypole, and the one they now had seemed cut out on purpose for them. Then they decorated it so beautifully that it was quite dazzling to look at. Little spiders spun golden threads around it, and then it was hung with fluttering veils and flags so delicately white that they glittered like snow in the moonshine. After that, they took colors from the butterfly's wing and sprinkled them over the white drapery, which gleamed as if covered with flowers and diamonds, so that I could not recognize my sausage skewer at all. Such a maypole had never been seen in all the world as this. Then came a great company of real elves. Nothing could be finer than their clothes, and they invited me to be present at the feast. But I was to keep at a certain distance because I was too large for them. Then commenced such music that it sounded like 1,000 glass bells, and was so full and strong that I thought it must be the song of the swans. I fancied also that I heard the voices of the cuckoo and the blackbird, and it seemed at last as if the whole forest sent forth glorious melodies. The voices of children, the tinkling of bells, and the songs of the birds. And all this wonderful melody came from the elfin maypole. My sausage peg was a complete peal of bells. I could scarcely believe that so much could have been produced from it, till I remembered into what hands it had fallen. I was so much affected that I wept tears such as a little mouse can weep, but they were tears of joy. The night was far too short for me. There are no long nights there in summer, as we often have in this part of the world. When the morning dawned and the gentle breeze rippled the glassy mirror of the forest lake, all the delicate veils and flags fluttered away into thin air. The waving garlands of the spider's web, the hanging bridges and galleries, or whatever else they may be called, vanished away, as if they had never been. 6 elves brought me back my sausage skewer, and at the same time asked me to make any request which they would grant, if in their power. So I begged them, if they could, to tell me how to make soup from a sausage skewer. "How do we make it?" said the chief of the elves with a smile. "Why, you have just seen it. You scarcely knew your sausage skewer again, I am sure." They think themselves very wise, thought I to myself. Then I told them all about it, and why I had traveled so far, and also what promise had been made at home to the one who should discover the method of preparing this soup. "What use will it be?" I asked. "To the Mouse King, or to our whole mighty kingdom, that I have seen all these beautiful things, I cannot shake the sausage peg and say, "Look, here is the skewer, and now the soup will come." That would only produce a dish to be served when people were keeping a fast. Then the elf dipped his finger into the cup of a violet and said to me, "Look here, I will anoint your pilgrim's staff so that when you return to your own home and enter the king's castle, you have only to touch the king with your staff, and violets will spring forth and cover the whole of it, even in the coldest winter time. So I think I have given you really something to carry home, and a little more than something." But before the little mouse explained what this something more was, she stretched her staff out to the king, and as it touched him, the most beautiful bunch of violets sprang forth and filled the place with perfume. The smell was so powerful that the Mouse King ordered the mice who stood nearest the chimney to thrust their tails into the fire, that there might be a smell of burning, for the perfume of the violets was overpowering and not the sort of scent that everyone liked. "But what was the something more of which you spoke just now?" asked the Mouse King. "Why," answered the little mouse, "I think it is what they call effect." And thereupon she turned the staff round, and behold, not a single flower was to be seen upon it. She now only held the naked skewer and lifted it up as a conductor lifts his baton at a concert. "Violets the elf told me," continued the mouse, "are for the sight, the smell, and the touch, so we have only now to produce the effect of hearing and tasting." And then, as the little mouse beat time with her staff, there came sounds of music. Not such music as was heard in the forest at the elfin feast, but such as is often heard in the kitchen. The sounds of boiling and roasting. It came quite suddenly, like wind rushing through the chimneys, and seemed as if every pot and kettle were boiling over. The fire shovel clattered down on the brass fender, and then, quite as suddenly, till nothing could be heard but the light, vapory song of the tea kettle, which was quite wonderful to hear, for no one could rightly distinguish whether the kettle was just beginning to boil or going to stop. And the little pot steamed, and the great pot simmered, but without any regard for each. Indeed, there seemed no sense in the pots at all. And as the little mouse waved her baton still more wildly, the pots foamed and threw up bubbles and boiled over while again the wind roared and whistled through the chimney. And at last there was such a terrible hubbub that the little mouse let her stick fall. "That is a strange sort of soup," said the Mouse King. "Shall we not now hear about the preparation?" "That is all," answered the little mouse with a bow. "That all," said the Mouse King. "Then we shall be glad to hear what information the next may have to give us." What the second mouse had to tell: "I was born in the library at a castle," said the second mouse. "Very few members of our family ever had the good fortune to get into the dining room, much less the storeroom. On my journey, and here today, are the only times I have ever seen a kitchen. We were often obliged to suffer hunger in the library, but then we gained a great deal of knowledge. The rumor reached us of the royal prize offered to those who should be able to make soup from a sausage skewer. Then my old grandmother sought out a manuscript, which, however, she could not read, but had heard it read, and in it was written, 'Those who are poets can make soup of sausage skewers.' She then asked me if I was a poet. I felt myself quite innocent of any such pretensions. Then she said I must go out and make myself a poet. I asked again what I should be required to do, for it seemed to me quite as difficult as to find out how to make soup of a sausage skewer. My grandmother had heard a great deal of reading in her day, and she told me 3 principal qualifications were necessary: understanding, imagination, and feeling. If you can manage to acquire these 3, you will be a poet, and the sausage skewer soup will be quite easy to you. So I went forth into the world and turned my steps towards the west, that I might become a poet. Understanding is the most important matter in everything. I knew that for the 2 other qualifications are not thought much of, so I went first to seek for understanding. Where was I to find it? "Go to the ant and learn wisdom," said the great Jewish king. I knew that from living in a library. So I went straight on till I came to the first great ant hill. And then I set myself to watch that I might become wise. The ants are a very respectable people. They are wisdom itself. All they do is like the working of a sum in arithmetic, which comes right. To work and to lay eggs, say they, and to provide for posterity is to live out your time properly, and that they truly do. They are divided into the clean and the dirty ants. Their rank is pointed out by a number and the ant queen is number 1, and her opinion is the only correct one on everything. She seems to have the whole wisdom of the world in her, which was just the important matter I wished to acquire. She said a great deal, which was no doubt very clever. Yet to me, it sounded like nonsense. She said the anthill was the loftiest thing in the world, and yet close to the mound stood a tall tree which no one could deny was loftier, much loftier, but no mention was made of the tree. One evening, an ant lost herself on this tree. She had crept up the stem, not nearly to the top, but higher than any ant had ever ventured. And when at last she returned home, she said that she had found something in her travels much higher than the anthill. The rest of the ants considered this an insult to the whole community, so she was condemned to wear a muzzle and to live in perpetual solitude. A short time afterwards, another ant got on the tree and made the same journey and the same discovery, but she spoke of it cautiously and indefinitely, and as she was one of the superior ants and very much respected, they believed her, and when she died, they erected an eggshell as a monument to her memory, for they cultivated a great respect for science. I saw, said the little mouse, that the ants were always running to and fro with her burdens on their backs. Once, I saw one of them drop her load. She gave herself a great deal of trouble in trying to raise it again, but she could not succeed. Then 2 others came up and tried with all their strength to help her, till they nearly dropped their own burdens in doing so. Then they were obliged to stop for a moment in their help, for everyone must think of himself first. And the ant queen remarked that their conduct that day showed that they possessed kind hearts and good understanding. These 2 qualities, she continued, place us ants in the highest degree above all other reasonable beings. Understanding must therefore be seen among us in the most prominent manner, and my wisdom is greater than all. And so saying, she raised herself on her 2 hind legs, that no one else might be mistaken for her. I could not therefore make an error, so I ate her up. We are to go to the ants to learn wisdom, and I had got the queen. I now turned and went nearer to the lofty tree already mentioned, which was an oak. It had a tall trunk with a wide spreading top and was very old. I knew that a living being dwelt here, a dryad, as she is called, who is born with the tree and dies with it. I had heard this in the library, and here was just such a tree, and in it an oak maiden. She uttered a terrible scream when she caught sight of me so near to her. Like many women, she was very much afraid of mice, and she had more real cause for fear than they have, for I might have gnawed through the tree on which her life depended. I spoke to her in a kind and friendly manner, and begged her to take courage. At last she took me up in her delicate hand, and then I told her what had brought me out into the world, and she promised me that perhaps on that very evening she should be able to obtain for me one of the 2 treasures for which I was seeking. She told me that Phantisus was her very dear friend, that he was as beautiful as the god of love, that he remained often for many hours with her under the leafy boughs of the tree, which then rustled and waved more than ever over them both. He called her his dryad, she said, and the tree his tree, for the grand old oak with its gnarled trunk was just to his taste. The root spreading deep into the earth, the top rising high in the fresh air, knew the value of the drifted snow, the keen wind, and the warm sunshine as it ought to be known. Yes, continued the dryad, the birds sing up above in the branches and talk to each other about the beautiful fields they have visited in foreign lands. And on one of the withered boughs, a stork has built his nest. It is beautifully arranged, and besides, it is pleasant to hear a little about the land of the pyramids. All this pleases Phantisus, but it is not enough for him. I am obliged to relate to him of my life in the woods, and to go back to my childhood, when I was little and the tree so small and delicate that a stinging nettle could overshadow it, and I have to tell everything that has happened since then, till now, that the tree is so large and strong. Sit you down now under the green bindwood, and pay attention. When Phantisus comes, I will find an opportunity to lay hold of his wing and to pull out one of the little feathers. That feather you shall have. A better was never given to any poet. It will be quite enough for you. And when Phantisus came, the feather was plucked, and, said the little mouse, I seized and put it in water and kept it there till it was quite soft. It was very heavy and indigestible, but I managed to nibble it up at last. It is not so easy to nibble oneself into a poet there are so many things to get through. Now, however, I had two of them, understanding and imagination. And through these, I knew that the third was to be found in the library. A great man has said and written that there are novels whose sole and only use appeared to be that they might relieve mankind of overflowing tears. A kind of sponge, in fact, for sucking up feelings and emotions. I remembered a few of these books. They had always appeared tempting to the appetite. They had been much read and were so greasy that they must have absorbed no end of emotions in themselves. I retraced my steps to the library and literally devoured a whole novel that is, properly speaking, the interior or soft part of it. The crust or binding I left. When I had digested not only this, but a second, I felt a stirring within me. Then I ate a small piece of a third romance and felt myself a poet. I said it to myself and told others the same. I had headache and backache, and I cannot tell what aches besides. I thought over all the stories that may be said to be connected with sausage pegs, and all that has ever been written about skewers and sticks and staves and splinters came to my thoughts. The Ant Queen must have had a wonderfully clear understanding. I remembered the man who placed a white stick in his mouth by which he could make himself and the stick invisible. I thought of sticks as hobby horses, staves of music, or rhyme of breaking a stick over a man's back, and heaven knows how many more phrases of the same sort relating to sticks, staves, and skewers. All my thoughts rain on skewer sticks of wood and staves. And as I am at last a poet, and I have worked terribly hard to make myself one, I can, of course, make poetry on anything. I shall therefore be able to wait upon you every day in the week with a poetical history of a skewer. And that is my soup. In that case, said the Mouse King, we will hear what the third mouse has to say. Squeak, squeak, cried a little mouse at the kitchen door. It was the fourth and not the third of the four who were contending for the prize, one whom the rest supposed to be dead. She shot in like an arrow and overturned the sausage peg that had been covered with crepe. She had been running day and night. She had watched an opportunity to get into a goods train and had traveled by the railway. And yet she had arrived almost too late. She pressed forward, looking very much ruffled. She had lost her sausage skewer, but not her voice, for she began to speak at once as if they only waited for her, and would hear her only, and as if nothing else in the world was of the least consequence. She spoke out so clearly and plainly, and she had come in so suddenly that no one had time to stop her or to say a word while she was speaking. And now let us hear what she said. What the fourth mouse, who spoke before the third, had to tell. I started off at once to the largest town, said she, but the name of it has escaped me. I have a very bad memory for names. I was carried from the railway with some forfeited goods to the jail, and on arriving, I made my escape and ran into the house of the turnkey. The turnkey was speaking of his prisoners, especially of one who had uttered thoughtless words. These words had given rise to other words, and at length they were written down and registered. The whole affair is like making soup of sausage skewers, said he, but the soup may cost him his neck. Now, this raised in me an interest for the prisoner, continued the little mouse, and I watched my opportunity and slipped into his apartment, for there is a mouse hole to be found behind every closed door. The prisoner looked pale. He had a great beard and large, sparkling eyes. There was a lamp burning, but the walls were so black that they only looked the blacker for it. The prisoner scratched pictures and verses with white chalk on the black walls, but I did not read the verses. I think he found his confinement wearisome, so that I was a welcome guest. He enticed me with breadcrumbs, with whistling, and with gentle words, and seemed so friendly towards me that by degrees I gained confidence in him, and we became friends. He divided his bread and water with me, gave me cheese and sausage, and I really began to love him. Altogether, I must own that it was a very pleasant intimacy. He let me run about on his hand and on his arm and into his sleeve, and I even crept into his beard, and he called me his little friend. I forgot what I had come out into the world for, forgot my sausage skewer, which I had laid in a crack in the floor. It is lying there still. I wished to stay with him always where I was, for I knew that if I went away, the poor prisoner would have no one to be his friend, which is a sad thing. I stayed, but he did not. He spoke to me so mournfully for the last time, gave me double as much bread and cheese as usual, and kissed his hand to me. Then he went away and never came back. I know nothing more of his history. The jailer took possession of me now. He said something about soup from a sausage skewer, but I could not trust him. He took me in his hand, certainly, but it was to place me in a cage, like a treadmill. Oh, how dreadful it was. I had to run round and round without getting any farther in advance, and only to make everybody laugh. The jailer's granddaughter was a charming little thing. She had curly hair, like the brightest gold merry eyes, and such a smiling mouth. "You poor little mouse," said she one day as she peeped into my cage. "I will set you free." She then drew forth the iron fastening, and I sprang out on the windowsill, and from thence to the roof. Free, free, that was all I could think of. Not of the object of my journey. It grew dark, and as night was coming on, I found a lodging in an old tower where dwelt a watchman and an owl. I had no confidence in either of them, least of all in the owl, which is like a cat and has a great failing, for she eats mice. One may, however, be mistaken sometimes, and so was I, for this was a respectable and well-educated old owl who knew more than the watchman, and even as much as I did myself. The young owls made a great fuss about everything, but the only rough words she would say to them were, "You had better go and make some soup from sausage skewers." She was very indulgent and loving to her children. Her conduct gave me such confidence in her that from the crack where I sat, I called out, "Squeak." This confidence of mine pleased her so much that she assured me she would take me under her own protection, and that not a creature should do me harm. The fact was, she wickedly meant to keep me in reserve for her own eating in winter, when food would be scarce. Yet she was a very clever lady owl. She explained to me that the watchman could only hoot with the horn that hung loose at his side. And then she said, "He is so terribly proud of it that he imagines himself an owl in the tower, wants to do great things, but only succeeds in small. All soup on a sausage skewer." Then I begged the owl to give me the recipe for this soup. "Soup from a sausage skewer," said she, "is only a proverb amongst mankind, and may be understood in many ways. Each believes his own way the best, and after all, the proverb signifies nothing." "Nothing," I exclaimed. I was quite struck. Truth is not always agreeable, but truth is above everything else, as the old owl said. I thought over all this and saw quite plainly that if truth was really so far above everything else, it must be much more valuable than soup from a sausage skewer. So I hastened to get away, that I might be home in time and bring what was highest and best and above everything, namely the truth. The mice are an enlightened people, and the Mouse King is above them all. He is therefore capable of making me queen for the sake of truth. Your truth is a falsehood, said the mouse who had not yet spoken. I can prepare the soup, and I mean to do so. How it was prepared, I did not travel, said the third mouse. I stayed in this country that was the right way. One gains nothing by traveling. Everything can be acquired here quite as easily. So I stayed at home. I have not obtained what I know from supernatural beings. I have neither swallowed it nor learnt it from conversing with owls. I have got it all from my reflections and thoughts. Will you now set the kettle on the fire? So, now pour the water in, quite full, up to the brim. Place it on the fire. Make up a good blaze. Keep it burning that the water may boil. It must boil over and over. There now I throw in the skewer. Will the Mouse King be pleased now to dip his tail into the boiling water and stir it round with the tail? The longer the king stirs it, the stronger the soup will become. Nothing more is necessary, only to stir it. Can no one else do this? Asked the king. No, said the mouse. Only in the tail of the Mouse King is this power contained. And the water boiled and bubbled as the Mouse King stood close beside the kettle. It seemed rather a dangerous performance, but he turned round and put out his tail as mice do in a dairy when they wish to skim the cream from a pan of milk with their tails, and afterwards lick it off. But the Mouse King's tail had only just touched the hot steam when he sprang away from the chimney in a great hurry, exclaiming, "Oh, certainly, by all means, you must be my queen, and we will let the soup question rest till our golden wedding 50 years hence, so that the poor in my kingdom, who are then to have plenty of food, will have something to look forward to for a long time with great joy." And very soon the wedding took place. But many of the mice, as they were returning home, said that the soup could not be properly called soup from a sausage skewer, but soup from a mouse's tail. They acknowledged also that some of the stories were very well told, but that the whole could have been managed differently. I should have told it so, and so, and so. These were the critics who are always so clever afterwards. When this story was circulated all over the world, the opinions upon it were divided, but the story remained the same. And after all, the best way in everything you undertake, great as well as small, is to expect no thanks for anything you may do, even when it refers to soup from a sausage skewer. The Stone of the Wise Man. You know the story of Holger Danske, so we won't repeat it, but we'll ask you if you remember how Holger Danske conquered the great land of India, eastward, at the end of the world, to the tree called the Tree of the Sun. As Kristen Pedersen says. Do you know Kristen Pedersen? It makes no difference if you don't. Holger Danske gave Prester John his power and rule over India. Have you heard about Prester John? Yes. Well, it makes no difference if you haven't, because he doesn't come into our story. You are going to hear about the Tree of the Sun in India, eastward, at the end of the world, as people believed it to be then, for they hadn't studied their geography the way we have. But that makes no difference either. The Tree of the Sun was a magnificent tree, such as we have never seen, and most likely never will see. Its crown stretched out for miles around. It was really an entire wood, for each of its smallest branches formed in turn a whole tree. Palms, beech pines, plane trees, yes, and many other kinds of trees grew here. Trees that are to be found all over the world. They sprang forth as small branches from the great branches, and these with their knots and windings were like hills and valleys carpeted with soft velvety green and covered with thousands of flowers. Each branch was like a great blooming meadow or the most beautiful garden. The blessed sun shone down upon it, for remember, it was the Tree of the Sun. Here, the birds from all over the world gathered together. Birds from the primeval forests of America, the rose gardens of Damascus, or the wild woods of Africa, where the elephant and the lion imagine that they alone reign. Polar birds came here, and the stork and swallow naturally did too. But the birds were not the only living creatures here. The stag, the squirrel, the antelope, and hundreds of other beautiful and light-footed animals were at home in this place. The crown of the tree was a spreading, fragrant garden, and in the very center of it, where the great branches rose up into a green hill, there stood a castle of crystal with a view toward every country in the world. Each tower rose up in the form of a lily, and one could ascend through the stem, for inside there were winding stairs. One could step out onto the leaves. These were the balconies, and up in the cup of the flower was a beautiful, brilliant, round hall with no roof above it, only the blue sky with either the sun or the stars. Down below, in the wide halls of the castle, there was just as much splendor, though of a different sort. Here, the whole world was reflected on the walls. One could see everything that happened, so there was no need to read newspapers. There were no newspapers here anyway. Everything could be seen in living pictures if one wanted to, or was able to see it all. For too much is too much, even for the wisest man. And the wisest of all men lived here. His name is too difficult for you to pronounce, and it makes no difference anyway. He knew everything that a man on earth can know or hope to know. He knew every invention that had been made or was yet to be made. But he knew nothing more than that, for everything in the world has its limits. Wise old King Solomon was only half as wise as this man, and yet he was very wise indeed, and governed the forces of nature, and ruled over mighty spirits. Even death itself was forced to report every morning with a list of those who were to die during the day. But King Solomon himself had to die too, and this was the thought that often occupied the mind of the learned, mighty ruler of the castle on the tree of the sun. However high he might rise above men in wisdom, he also must die someday. He knew that he and his children too must fade like the leaves of the forest and become dust. He could see the human race fade away like leaves on the trees, and new men come forth to take their places. But the leaves that fell never lived again. They became dust about other plants. What happened to man when the angel of death came to him? What could death be? The body became decayed, and the soul, yes. What was the soul? What became of it? Where did it go? To the life eternal, the comforting voice of religion said. But what was the transition? Where did one dwell? And how, in heaven above, said the pious people, it is there we go. Above, repeated the wise man, and gazed up at the moon and stars. Up there, from the earthly globe, he saw that above and below could be one and the same, depending upon where one stood on the revolving earth. And if he ascended as high as the earth's loftiest mountains, rear their peaks there in the air that we below call clear and transparent, the pure heaven would be a black darkness spread over all like a cloth, and the sun would have a coppery glow without giving forth rays, and our earth would lie wrapped in an orange mist. How narrow were the limits of the mortal eye, and how little could be seen by the eye of the soul. Even the wisest knew little of that which is the most important of all to us. In the most secret chamber of that castle lay earth's greatest treasure, the book of truth. Page after page, the wise man had read it through. Every man may read in this book, but only parts of it. To many, and the letters seem to fade, so that the words cannot even be spelled. On some pages, the writing is so pale that they seem like blank leaves. But the wiser a man becomes, the more he can read, and the wisest men read the most. The wise man knew how to unite the sunlight and the starlight with the light of reason and the hidden powers of his soul. And under this dazzling light, many things stood out clearly on the pages before him. But in the chapter of the book entitled Life After Death, there was not so much as one single letter to see. That grieved him. Could he not, somewhere on earth, obtain a light by which everything written in the book of truth would become clear to him? Like wise King Solomon, he understood the language of the animals and could interpret their talk and their songs. But that made him none the wiser. He had learned the powers of plants and metals, powers that could be used for the cure of diseases or for delaying death, but none that could destroy death. In all created things that he could reach, he sought the light that would shine upon the certainty of eternal life, but he did not find it. Blank leaves still appeared in the book of truth before him. Christianity gave him words of promise of an eternal life in the Bible, but he wanted to read it in his book, and there he could see nothing about it. The wise man had 5 children, 4 sons educated as well as the sons of the wisest of fathers should be, and a daughter, lovely, gentle, and clever, but blind. Yet this affliction was no deprivation to her, for her father and brothers were mortal eyes to her, and her own keen perception gave her clear mental vision. The sons had never ventured farther from the castle than the extent of the branches of the tree, nor had the sister ever left the home. They were happy children in the home of their childhood, the beautiful, fragrant tree of the sun. Like all children, they were happy to have stories told them, and their father told them many things that other children would never have understood. But these children were as clever as most of our old people are. He explained to them the pictures of life that they saw on the castle walls, the labors of men, and the march of events in all the lands of the earth. Often, the sons wished that they could go into the world and take part in the great deeds of other men, and then their father explained to them that it was hard and wearisome out in the world, that the world was not as they saw it from their beautiful home. He told them of the good, the true, and the beautiful, and explained that these three clung together in the world, and that under the pressure they endured, they hardened into a precious stone, purer than the water of a diamond, a splendid jewel of value to God Himself, whose brightness outshone all things. This was called the stone of the wise man. He told them that just as man could gain knowledge of the existence of God by seeking it, so was it within the power of man to gain proof that such a jewel as the stone of the wise man existed. This explanation would have been beyond the understanding of other children, but these children could grasp it, and in time, other children too will learn to understand its meaning. They asked their father about the true, the beautiful, and the good, and he told them many things. How when God made man from the dust of the earth, He gave to his work 5 kisses, fiery kisses, heart kisses, which we now call the 5 senses. Through these, that which is the true, the beautiful, and the good is seen, felt, and understood. Through them, it is valued, protected, and augmented. 5 senses have been given physically and mentally, inwardly and outwardly to body and soul, by day and by night. The children thought deeply about all these things. Then the eldest of the brothers had a wonderful dream, and strangely enough, the second brother had the same dream, and the third did too, and the fourth. All of them dreamed exactly the same thing. They dreamed that each went out into the world and found the stone of the wise man, which gleamed like a radiant light on his forehead, when in the morning dawn he rode his swift horse back over the velvety green meadows of home to the castle of his father. Then the jewel threw such a divine light and brilliance upon the pages of the book that everything written there on the life beyond the grave was illuminated. But the sister dreamed nothing about venturing out into the world, for it had never entered her mind. Her world was her father's castle. "I shall ride out into the wide world," said the eldest brother. "I must find what life is like there and mix with people. I shall do only what is good and true, and with these I shall protect the beautiful. Many things shall change for the better when I am there." Yes, his thoughts were bold and big, as our thoughts always are at home before we have gone out into the world and have met with wind and rain, thorns and thistles. Now, in all of these brothers, the five senses were highly developed, both inwardly and outwardly. But in each of them, one sense had reached a keenness surpassing the other four. In the case of the eldest, this outstanding sense was sight. This was to be of special benefit to him. He had eyes for all times, he said, and eyes for all nations, eyes that could look into the very depths of the earth where treasures lie hidden, or into the depths of people's hearts, as though only a clear pane of glass were before them. In other words, he saw more than we could in the cheek that blushes or turns pale in the eye that cries or laughs. Stags and antelopes escorted him to the western boundaries of his home, and there the wild swans received him and led him on into the northwest. And now he was far out into the world, far from the land of his father, which extended eastward to the ends of the earth. How widely his eyes opened in amazement. There were many things to be seen here, and things appear very different when a man look at them with his own eyes, instead of merely in a picture, as he had done in his father's house. However good the picture may be, and those in his father's house were unusually good. At first, he nearly lost his eyes in astonishment at all the rubbish, all the carnival-like decorations that were supposed to represent the beautiful. But he did not quite lose them, and soon found full use for them. he wished to work thoroughly and honestly to understand the beautiful, the true, and the good. But how were these represented in the world? He saw that often the praise which by right belonged to the beautiful was given to the ugly, that the good was often overlooked, and mediocrity was applauded when it should have been hissed. People looked at the dress, and not at the wearer, asked for a name instead of a value, and were guided more by reputation than by worth. It was the same everywhere. I must attack these things, he thought, and he did so. But while he was seeking the truth, there came the devil, who is the father of all lies. Gladly would he have plucked out the eyes of this seer, but that would have been too blunt, for the devil works in a more cunning way. He let him continue to seek and see the true and the good. But while the young man was doing so, the devil blew a mote into his eye, into both eyes, one mote after another. This, of course, would harm even the clearest sight. Then the fiend blew upon the motes until they became beams, and the eyes were destroyed. There the seer stood like a blind man in the great world, and had no faith in it, for he had lost his good opinion of it and of himself. And when a man loses confidence in the world and himself, it is all over with him. All over, sang the wild swans flying across the sea toward the east. All over, repeated the swallows, also flying eastward toward the tree of the sun. It was not good news that they were carrying to the young man's home. The seer must have done badly, said the second brother, but the hearer may have better luck. For in this son, the sense of hearing was developed to a very high degree. So keen was it that he could hear the very grass grow. He lovingly bade farewell and rode away from home, full of sound abilities and good intentions. The swallows followed him, and he followed the swans until he was far from his home, far out in the wide world. Then he discovered that one may have too much of a good things, for his hearing was too fine. Not only could he hear the grass grow, but he could hear every man's heart beat, whether in sorrow or in joy. To him, the whole world was like the great workshop of a clockmaker, with all the clocks going tick-tock, and all the tower clocks striking ding-dong. The noise was unbearable. For a long time his ears held out, but at last all the noise, the shrieking, became too much for one man. Then street boys of some 60 years of age, for years alone don't make men, raised a tumult at which the hearer would have laughed, except for the slanderous talk that followed and echoed through every house and street. It was heard even in the country lanes. Falsehood pushed itself forward and pretended to be the master. Bells on the fools' caps jangled and insisted they were church bells, until the noise became too much for the hearer, and he thrust his fingers into his ears. But still, he could hear false singing and evil sounds, gossip and idle words, scandal and slander, groaning and moaning on all sides, none of it worth listening to. Heaven help us. It was impossible to endure. It was all too mad. He thrust his fingers deeper and deeper into his ears until at last his eardrums burst. Now he heard nothing at all. He could not hear the true, the beautiful, and the good. His hearing was to have been the bridge by which he would have crossed to it. He became morose and suspicious, at last trusting no one, not even himself, and that was most unfortunate. He would not be able to discover and bring home the divine jewel, and so he gave up. He even gave himself up, and that was the worst of all. The birds that flew eastward brought the tidings of this also to the father's castle in the tree of the sun. No letters arrived there, for there was no mail service. "Now I'll try," said the third brother. "I have a sharp nose." It wasn't a very good practice for him to boast like that, but that was his way, and we must take him as he was. He had a happy disposition and was a poet, a great poet. He could sing many things that he could not speak, and ideas came to him far more quickly than they did to others. "I can smell a rat," he said, and it was his highly developed sense of smell to which he attributed his great range of knowledge about the realm of the beautiful. "Every fragrant spot in the realm of the beautiful has its denizens," he said. "Some like the smell of apple blossoms, some like the smell of a stable. One man is at home in the atmosphere of the tavern, among the smoking tallow candles, where the smell of spirits mingles with the fumes of cheap tobacco. Another prefers to be near the heavy scent of jessamine, or to scent himself with strong oil of cloves. Some seek the fresh sea breezes, while others climb the highest mountain to look down on the bustling little life beneath. Yes, thus he spoke. It seemed to him as if he had already been out in the wide world, and known people from close association with them. But this conviction arose from within himself. It was the poet within him, the gift heaven had bestowed on him in his cradle. He bade farewell to his ancestral home in the tree of the sun, and went on foot through the pleasant countryside. When he arrived at the boundaries of his home, he mounted an ostrich which runs faster than a horse. And when he later met the wild swans, he swung himself onto the strongest of them, for he loved variety. Away he flew across the sea to distant lands of great forests, deep lakes, towering mountains, and proud cities. And wherever he appeared, it seemed as if sunlight traveled with him across the countryside, for every flower and bush gave forth a new fragrance, conscious that nearby was a friend and protector who understood them and knew their value. Then the crippled rose bush stretched out its branches, opened its leaves, and gave bloom to the most beautiful roses. Even the black, slimy wood snail saw its beauty. "I will put my mark on the flower," said the snail. "Now I have spit on it, and there is nothing more I can do for it." "Thus the beautiful always fares in this world," said the poet. Then he sang a song about it in his own way, but nobody listened. So he gave a drummer 2 pennies and peacock's feather, and then arranged the song for the drum, and had it drummed throughout the town in all the streets and lanes. When the people heard it, they said that they understood it. It was very profound. And so the poet sang other songs about the beautiful, the good, and the true. And people listened to them among the smoking tavern. Candles listened in the fresh meadows, in the forests, and on the high seas. It seemed as if this brother was going to have better luck than the other 2, but that angered the devil. And so he promptly set to work with all the incense powder and smoke to be found the very strongest, which can stifle anyone, and which he can prepare artfully enough to even confuse an angel. And surely, therefore, a poor poet. The devil knows how to take hold of a man like that. He surrounded the poet so completely with incense that the poor man lost his head, forgot his mission, his home, everything, even himself. He then vanished in smoke. When the little birds heard about this, they were sad, and for 3 days they didn't sing. The black wood snail became blacker still, not from grief, but from envy. "They should have burned incense for me," he said, "for it was I who gave him the idea for the most famous of his songs, the drum song about the way of the world. It was I who spat at the rose. I can bring witnesses to prove that. But no news of this reached the poet's home in India, for all the little birds were mourning and silent for 3 days. And when their time of mourning was over, their grief had been so profound that they had forgotten for whom they wept. That's the way it goes. Now I'll have to go into the world and stay away like the others, said the fourth brother. He had as good a humor as the third, though he was no poet, which was a fine reason for him to have a good humor. Those two had filled the castle with gaiety, and now the last of that gaiety was leaving. Men have always considered sight and hearing the two most important senses, those that it is most desirable to strengthen and sharpen. The other 3 senses are generally looked upon as subordinate. But that was not the belief of this son, for he had especially cultivated his taste in every way possible. And taste is very powerful indeed. It governs what goes into the mouth and into the mind. Hence, this brother tasted everything there was in pots and pans, in bottles and barrels, explaining that this was the uncouth side of his function. To him, every man was a vessel with something cooking within, and every country was an enormous kitchen, a kitchen of the mind. This he considered fine indeed, and he wanted to go out into the world and taste of it. Perhaps I'll have better luck than my brothers. I shall be on my way, but how shall I travel? Are balloons invented yet? He asked his father, who knew about all inventions that had been made or would be in the future. But men had not yet invented balloons or steamships or railways. Then I'll go by balloon, he said. My father knows how they're made and steered, and that I can learn. They aren't invented yet, so people will think it's some spirit of the air. When I have finished with the balloon, I'll burn it, and for that you must give me some pieces of another invention to come. Matches. When he had received what he wanted, he flew away. The birds flew much farther along with him than they had with his brothers. They were curious to know how the flight would come out, for they thought it was some new kind of bird. More and more came sweeping up until the air was black with birds. They came on like the cloud of locusts over the land of Egypt. And so now he, the last brother, was out in the wide world. The east wind is a good friend and helper to me," he said. "You mean the east wind and the west wind," said the winds. "You couldn't have flown northwest if we both hadn't helped you." But he didn't hear what the wind said, and that makes no difference. The birds tired of flying along with the balloon. "Too much had been made of that thing," said a pair of them. "It had become conceited. It isn't worth flying with. It's nothing." And then they withdrew. They all withdrew, for indeed too much had been made of nothing. The balloon descended over one of the greatest cities, and the aeronaut landed on the highest point, the church steeple. The balloon rose into the air again, which it shouldn't have done. We don't know where it went, but that doesn't matter, for it was not yet invented. There the young man sat on the church steeple, the birds no longer hovering around him. He had grown as tired of them as they had of him. All the chimneys of the town smoked fragrantly. "Those are altars erected in your honor," said the wind, which thought it ought to say something pleasant. He sat up there boldly and gazed down at the people in the streets. One person was prancing along proud of his purse. Another was proud of the key that hung at his girdle, though he had nothing for it to unlock. One was proud of his moth-eaten coat, another of his worm-eaten body. "Vanity," he said. "I must go down, dip my fingers into that pot, and taste it. But I'll sit here a little longer, for the wind is blowing very pleasantly against my back. I'll take a little rest." It is good to sleep long in the mornings when one has much to do, the lazy man says. Laziness is the root of all evil, but there is no evil in our family. I'll stay here as long as the wind blows, for it feels good. So he sat there. But since he was sitting on the weathercock of the steeple, which turned round and round with him, he had the false idea that the same wind was still blowing, so he remained seated there. He might as well stay a long while and have a good taste. Back in India, in the castle of the Tree of the Sun, it had become empty and quiet after the brothers, one after another, had gone away. "Things are going badly with them," said the father. "Never will they bring home the gleaming jewel. It is not for me. They are all dead and gone." And then he bent over the book of truth and gazed at the page that should have told him of life after death. But there was nothing for him to see or learn from it. Now his blind daughter was his sole joy and consolation. She clung to him with deep affection, and for the sake of his happiness and peace of mind, she wished the precious jewel might be discovered and brought home. With sorrow and longing, she thought of her brothers. Where were they? Where could they be living? With all her heart, she wished she might dream of them. But strangely enough, not even in her dreams could she reach them. At last, one night, she dreamed that their voices sounded across to her, calling to her from out in the wide world, and she could not hold back, but traveled far, far away. And yet she seemed still to be in her father's house. She never met her brothers, but in her dream she felt a sort of fire burning in her hand that did not pain her. It was the shining jewel she was bringing to her father. When she awoke, she thought for a moment that she still held the stone in her hand, but it was the knob of her distaff that she was grasping. Through that long night, she had spun incessantly, and on the distaff was a thread finer than the finest spider's web. Human eyes could not distinguish the separate threads in it, so fine were they. She had moistened it with her tears, and it was as strong as a rope. She arose. Her decision was made. The dream must become a reality. It was still night, and her father was sleeping. She pressed a kiss on his hand, and then, taking her distaff, fastened the end of the thread to her father's castle. But for this, in her blindness, she would never have been able to find her way home. She must hold fast to that thread and trust neither to herself nor to others. From the tree of the sun, she broke off 4 leaves. These she would entrust to the winds to bring to her brothers as letters of greeting in case she should not meet them out there in the wide world. How could she fare, that poor blind child? She could hold fast to her invisible thread. She possessed one gift that all the others lacked: sensibility. And by virtue of this, she seemed to have eyes in the very tips of her fingers and ears in her heart. Then she went forth quietly into the noisy, whirling, strange world. And wherever she went, the sky became so bright with sunshine that she could feel the warm rays, and the rainbow spread itself through the blue air where there had been dark clouds. She heard the birds sing and smelled the scent of orange groves and apple orchards so strongly that she seemed to taste the fruit. Soft tones and delightful sounds reached her ears, but with them came howlings and roarings. Manifold thoughts and opinions strangely contradicted each other. The echoes of human thoughts and feelings penetrated into the depths of her heart. One chorus sounded mournfully, "Our earthly life is filled with mist and rain, and in the dark of night we cry with pain." But then she heard a brighter strain. "Our earthly life is like a rose bush so bright. It is filled with sunshine and true delight." And if one chorus sounded bitterly, each person thinks of himself alone. This truth to us is often shown. From the other side came the answer. Throughout our life, a fairy of love guides our steps from heaven above. She could hear the words, "There's pettiness here far and wide. Everything has its wrong side." But then she heard, "So much good is done here that never reaches man's ear." And if sometimes the mocking words sounded to her, "Make fun of everything, laugh in jest, laugh along with all the rest," a stronger voice came from the blind girl's heart. "Trust in God and thyself. Pray then, His will be done forever. Amen." Whenever the blind girl entered the circle of humanity and appeared among people young or old, knowledge of the true, the good, and the beautiful was radiant in their hearts. Wherever she went, whether she entered the studio of the artist, or the hall decorated for the feast, or the crowded factory with its whirring wheels, it seemed as though a sunbeam were entering, as though the string of a lute sounded, or a flower exhaled its perfume, or a refreshing dewdrop fell upon a withering leaf. But the devil could not put up with this. With more cunning than that of 10,000 men, he devised a way to bring about his purpose. From the marsh, he collected little bubbles of stagnant water and muttered over them a sevenfold echo of untrue words to give them strength. Then he blended, bought heroic poems and lying epitaphs, as many as he could find, boiled them in the tears of envy, colored them with grease paint he had scraped from the faded cheeks of an old lady, and from all this he fashioned a maiden with the appearance and carriage of the blind girl, the blessed angel of sensibility. Then the devil's plot was consummated, for the world knew not which of the two was the true one. And indeed, how could the world know? Trust in God and thyself. Pray then His will be done forever. Amen, sang the blind girl in complete faith. Then she entrusted to the winds the 4 green leaves from the tree of the sun as letters of greeting to her brothers, and she was quite sure that they would reach their destinations and the jewel be found, the jewel that dims all the glories of the world. From the forehead of humanity, it would gleam even to the house of her father, even to the house of my father, she repeated. Yes, the place of the jewel is on this earth, and I shall bring with me more than the promise of it. I can feel its glow. In my closed hand, it swells larger and larger. Every grain of truth, however fine it was, which the wind whirled toward me, I caught up and treasured. I let penetrate into it the fragrance of the beautiful, of which there is so much in the world, even for the blind. To the first, I added the sound of the beating heart doing good. I bring only dust with me, but still it is the dust of the jewel we sought, and it is in ample quantity. I have my whole hand full of it. Then she stretched forth her hand toward her father. She was home. She had traveled there with the swiftness of thoughts in flight, having never let go of the invisible thread leading to home. With the fury of a hurricane, the evil powers swept over the tree of the sun, and their wind blasts rushed through the open doorway into the sanctuary of the book of truth. It will be blown away by the wind, cried the father, and he seized the hand she had opened. Never, she replied with calm assurance. It cannot be blown away. I can feel the rays warming my very soul. And the father became aware of a dazzling flame, right where the shining dust poured from her hand onto the book of truth that would grant the certainty of an everlasting life. Now on the white page there glowed one shining word, one word only: believe. And once more the 4 brothers were with their father and sister. When the green leaf had fallen upon the bosom of each, a great longing for home had taken hold of them and led them back. The birds of passage had followed them, as had the stag, the antelope, and all the wild creatures of the forest, for all wished to share in their joys. And why shouldn't they, when they could? We have often seen how a column of dust whirls around where a sunbeam bursts through a crack in a door into a dusty room. But this was not common, insignificant dust. Even the colors of the rainbow are lifeless compared with the beauty that showed itself here. From the page of the book, from the glowing word, believe, arose each grain of truth decked with the loveliness of the beautiful and the good, flaming more brightly than the mighty pillar of fire that led Moses and the children of Israel to the land of Canaan. And from the word believe arose the bridge of hope, extending to the eternal love in the realm of the infinite. The Old Bachelor'S Nightcap. There is a street in Copenhagen with a very strange name. It is called Hisken Street. Where the name came from and what it means is very uncertain. It is said to be German, but that is unjust to the Germans, for it would then be called Hauschen, not Hisken. Hauschen means a little house, and for many years it consisted only of a few small houses, which were scarcely larger than the wooden booths we see in the marketplaces at fair time. They were perhaps a little higher and had windows, but the panes consisted of horn or bladder skins, for glass was then too dear to have glazed windows in every house. This was a long time ago, so long indeed that our grandfathers and even great-grandfathers would speak of those days as olden times. Indeed, many centuries have passed since then. The rich merchants in Bremen and Lübeck who carried on trade in Copenhagen did not reside in the town themselves, but sent their clerks who dwelt in the wooden booths in the Hauschen Street and sold beer and spices. The German beer was very good, and there were many sorts, from Bremen, Prussia, and Brunswick, and quantities of all sorts of spices, saffron, aniseed, ginger, and especially pepper. Indeed, pepper was almost the chief article sold here. So it happened at last that the German clerks in Denmark got their nickname of pepper gentry. It had been made a condition with these clerks that they should not marry, so that those who lived to be old had to take care of themselves, to attend to their own comforts, and even to light their own fires when they had any to light. Many of them were very aged, lonely old boys with strange thoughts and eccentric habits. From this, all unmarried men who have attained a certain age are called in Denmark pepper gentry. And this must be remembered by all those who wish to understand the story. These pepper gentlemen, or as they are called in England, old bachelors, are often made a butt of ridicule. They are told to put on their nightcaps, draw them over their eyes, and go to sleep. The boys in Denmark make a song of it thus: "Poor old bachelor, cut your wood." Such a nightcap was never seen. Who would think it was ever clean? Go to sleep. It will do you good. So they sing about the pepper gentleman. So do they make sport of the poor old bachelor and his nightcap and all, because they really know nothing of either. It is a cap that no one need wish for or laugh at. And why not? Well, we shall hear in the story. In olden times, Hauschen Street was not paved, and passengers would stumble out of one hole into another, as they generally do in unfrequented highways. And the street was so narrow, and the booths leaning against each other were so close together that in the summertime a sail would be stretched across the street from one booth to another, opposite. At these times, the odor of the pepper, saffron, and ginger became more powerful than ever. Behind the counter, as a rule, there were no young men. The clerks were almost all old boys, but they did not dress as we are accustomed to see old men represented wearing wigs, nightcaps, and knee breeches, and with coat and waistcoat buttoned up to the chin. We have seen the portraits of our great-grandfathers dressed in this way, but the pepper gentlemen had no money to spare to have their portraits taken, though one of them would have made a very interesting picture for us now, if taken as he appeared standing behind his counter, or going to church, or on holidays. On these occasions, they wore high-crowned, broad-brimmed hats, and sometimes a younger clerk would stick a feather in his. The woolen shirt was concealed by a broad linen collar. The close jacket was buttoned up to the chin, and the cloak hung loosely over it. The trousers were tucked into the broad-tipped shoes, for the clerks wore no stockings. They generally stuck a table knife and spoon in their girdles, as well as a larger knife, as a protection to themselves, and such a weapon was often very necessary. After this fashion was Anthony dressed on holidays and festivals, excepting that instead of a high-crowned hat, he wore a kind of bonnet, and under it a knitted cap, a regular nightcap, to which he was so accustomed that it was always on his head. He had 2 nightcaps. I mean, not heads. Anthony was one of the oldest of the clerks, and just the subject for a painter. He was as thin as a lath, wrinkled round the mouth, and eyes had long bony fingers, bushy gray eyebrows, and over his left eye hung a thick tuft of hair, which did not look handsome, but made his appearance very remarkable. People knew that he came from Bremen, It was not exactly his home, although his master resided there. His ancestors were from Thuringia and had lived in the town of Eisenach, close by Wartburg. Old Anthony seldom spoke of this place, but he thought of it all the more. The old clerks of Hauschen Street very seldom met together. Each one remained in his own booth, which was closed early enough in the evening, and then it looked dark and dismal out in the street. Only a faint glimmer of light struggled through the horn panes in the little window on the roof, while within sat the old clerk, generally on his bed, singing his evening hymn in a low voice. Or he would be moving about in his booth till late in the night, busily employed in many things. It certainly was not a very lively existence. To be a stranger in a strange land is a bitter lot. No one notices you unless you happen to stand in their way. Often, when it was dark night outside, with rain or snow falling, the place looked quite deserted and gloomy. There were no lamps in the street, excepting a very small one which hung at one end of the street before a picture of the Virgin, which had been painted on the wall. The dashing of the water against the bulwarks of a neighboring castle could plainly be heard. Such evenings are long and dreary unless people can find something to do. And so Anthony found it. There were not always things to be packed or unpacked, nor paper bags to be made, nor the scales to be polished. So Anthony invented employment. He mended his clothes and patched his boots, and when he at last went to bed, his nightcap, which he had worn from habit, still remained on his head. He had only to pull it down a little farther over his forehead. Very soon, however, it would be pushed up again to see if the light was properly put out. He would touch it, press the wick together, and at last pull his nightcap over his eyes and lie down again on the other side. But often there would arise in his mind a doubt as to whether every coal had been quite put out in the little fire pan in the shop below. If even a tiny spark had remained, it might set fire to something and cause great damage. Then he would climb from his bed down the ladder, for it could scarcely be called a flight of stairs. And when he reached the fire pan, not a spark could be seen. So he had just to go back again to bed. But often, when he had got halfway back, he would fancy the iron shutters of the door were not properly fastened, and his thin legs would carry him down again. And when at last he crept into bed, he would be so cold that his teeth chattered in his head. He would draw the coverlet closer round him, pull his nightcap over his eyes, and try to turn his thoughts from trade and from the labors of the day to olden times. But this was scarcely an agreeable entertainment, for thoughts of olden memories raise the curtains from the past and sometimes pierce the heart with painful recollections till the agony brings tears to the waking eyes. And so it was with Anthony. Often the scalding tears, like pearly drops, would fall from his eyes to the coverlet and roll on the floor with a sound as if one of his heartstrings had broken. Sometimes, with a lurid flame, memory would light up a picture of life which had never faded from his heart. If he dried his eyes with his nightcap, then the tear and the picture would be crushed. But the source of the tears remained and welled up again in his heart. The pictures did not follow one another in order as the circumstances they represented had occurred. Very often, the most painful would come together, and when those came which were most full of joy, they had always the deepest shadow thrown upon them. The beech woods of Denmark are acknowledged by everyone to be very beautiful, but more beautiful still, in the eyes of old Anthony, were the beech woods in the neighborhood of Wartburg. More grand and venerable to him seemed the old oaks around the proud baronial castle, where the creeping plants hung over the stony summits of the rocks. Sweeter was the perfume there of the apple blossom than in all the land of Denmark. How vividly were represented to him in a glittering tear that rolled down his cheek two children at play, a boy and a girl. The boy had rosy cheeks, golden ringlets, and clear blue eyes. He was the son of Anthony, a rich merchant. It was himself. The little girl had brown eyes and black hair, and was clever and courageous. She was the mayor's daughter, Molly. The children were playing with an apple. They shook the apple and heard the pips rattling in it. Then they cut it in two, and each of them took half. They also divided the pips and ate all but one, which the little girl proposed should be placed in the ground. "You will see what will come out," she said. "Something you don't expect. A whole apple tree will come out, but not directly." Then they got a flower pot, filled it with earth, and were soon both very busy and eager about it. The boy made a hole in the earth with his finger, and the little girl placed the pip in the hole, and then they both covered it over with earth. Now, you must not take it out tomorrow to see if it has taken root, said Molly. No one ever should do that. I did so with my flowers, but only twice. I wanted to see if they were growing. I didn't know any better then, and the flowers all died. Little Anthony kept the flower pot, and every morning, during the whole winter, he looked at it, but there was nothing to be seen but black earth. At last, however, the spring came and the sun shone warm again, and then 2 little green leaves sprouted forth in the pot. They are Molly and me, said the boy. How wonderful they are, and so beautiful. Very soon, a 3rd leaf made its appearance. Who does that stand for? Thought he. And then came another and another. Day after day, and week after week, till the plant became quite a tree. And all this about the 2 children was mirrored to old Anthony in a single tear, which could soon be wiped away and disappear, but might come again from its source in the heart of the old man. In the neighborhood of Eisenach stretches a ridge of stony mountains, one of which has a rounded outline and shows itself above the rest without tree bush or grass on its barren summits. It is called the Venus Mountain, and the story goes that the Lady Venus, one of the heathen goddesses, keeps house there. She is also called Lady Hala, as every child round Eisenach well knows. She it was who enticed the noble knight Tannhauser, the minstrel from the circle of singers at Wartburg, into her mountain. They said Lady Halle was beautiful, but her beauty was that of a tempting fiend. Saint Elizabeth, the tutelar, saint of the land, the pious princess of Thuringia, whose good deeds have been immortalized in so many places through stories and legends, had greater beauty and more real grace. Her picture hung in the chapel, surrounded by silver lamps. But it did not in the least resemble Molly. The apple tree, which the 2 children had planted, grew year after year, till it became so large that it had to be transplanted into the garden, where the dew fell and the sun shone warmly. And there it increased in strength so much as to be able to withstand the cold of winter. And after passing through the severe weather, it seemed to put forth its blossoms in spring for very joy that the cold season had gone. In autumn, it produced 2 apples, one for Molly and one for Anthony. It could not well do less. The tree after this grew very rapidly, and Molly grew with the tree. She was as fresh as an apple blossom, but Anthony was not to behold this flower for long. All things change. Molly's father left his old home, and Molly went with him far away. In our time, it would be only a journey of a few hours, but then it took more than a day and a night to travel so far eastward from Eisenbach to a town still called Weimar on the borders of Thuringia. And Molly and Anthony both wept, but these tears all flowed together into one tear which had the rosy shimmer of joy. Molly had told him that she loved him more than all the splendors of Weimar. 1, 2, 3 years went by, and during the whole time he received only 2 letters. One came by the carrier, and the other a traveler brought. The way was very long and difficult, with many turnings and windings through towns and villages. How often had Anthony and Molly heard the story of Tristan and Isolde, and Anthony had thought the story applied to him, although Tristan means born in sorrow, which Anthony certainly was not. Nor was it likely he would ever say of Molly, as Tristan said of Isolde, "She has forgotten me." But in truth, Isolde had not forgotten him, her faithful friend. And when both were laid in their graves, one on each side of the church, the linden trees that grew by each grave spread over the roof, and bending towards each other, mingled their blossoms together. Anthony thought it a very beautiful but mournful story. Yet he never feared anything so sad would happen to him and Molly as he passed the spot, whistling the air of a song composed by the minstrel. Walter called the willow bird beginning under the linden trees out on the heath. One stanza pleased him exceedingly. Through the forest and in the vale sweetly warbles the nightingale. This song was often in his mouth, and he sung or whistled it on a moonlight night when he rode on horseback along the deep hollow way on his road to Weimar to visit Molly. He wished to arrive unexpectedly, and so indeed he did. He was received with a hearty welcome and introduced to plenty of grand and pleasant company, where overflowing wine cups were passed about. A pretty room and a good bed were provided for him, and yet his reception was not what he had expected and dreamed it would be. He could not comprehend his own feelings, nor the feelings of others. But it is easily understood how a person can be admitted into a house or a family without becoming one of them. We converse in company with those we meet, as we converse with our fellow travelers in a stagecoach on a journey. We know nothing of them, and perhaps all the while we are incommoding one another, and each is wishing himself or his neighbor away. Something of this kind Anthony felt when Molly talked to him of old times. "I am a straightforward girl," she said, "and I will tell you myself how it is. There have been great changes since we were children together. Everything is different, both inwardly and outwardly. We cannot control our wills, nor the feelings of our hearts, by the force of custom. Anthony, I would not for the world make an enemy of you when I am far away. Believe me, I entertain for you the kindest wishes in my heart, but to feel for you what I now know can be felt for another man can never be. You must try and reconcile yourself to this. Farewell, Anthony." Anthony also said, "Farewell." Not a tear came into his eye. He felt he was no longer Molly's friend. Hot iron and cold iron alike take the skin from our lips, and we feel the same sensation if we kiss either. And Anthony's kiss was now the kiss of hatred, as it had once been the kiss of love. Within 24 hours, Anthony was back again to Eisenach, though the horse that he rode was entirely ruined. "What matters it?" said he. "I am ruined also. I will destroy everything that can remind me of her, or of Lady Hala or Lady Venus, the heathen woman. I will break down the apple tree and tear it up by the roots. Never more shall it blossom or bear fruit." The apple tree was not broken down, for Anthony himself was struck with a fever which caused him to break down and confined him to his bed. But something occurred to raise him up again. What was it? A medicine was offered to him, which he was obliged to take, a bitter remedy, at which the sick body and the oppressed spirit alike shuddered. Anthony's father lost all his property, and from being known as one of the richest merchants, he became very poor. Dark days, heavy trials with poverty at the door came rolling into the house upon them like the waves of the sea. Sorrow and suffering deprived Anthony's father of his strength, so that he had something else to think of besides nursing his love sorrows and his anger against Molly. He had to take his father's place, to give orders, to act with energy, to help, and at last to go out into the world and earn his bread. Anthony went to Bremen, and there he learnt what poverty and hard living really were. These things often harden the character, but sometimes soften the heart even too much. How different the world and the people in it appeared to Anthony now to what he had thought in his childhood. What to him were the minstrels' songs? An echo of the past, sounds long vanished. At times, he would think in this way. Yet again and again, the songs would sound in his soul, and his heart become gentle and pious. God's will is the best, he would then say. It was well that I was not allowed to keep my power over Molly's heart, and that she did not remain true to me. How I should have felt it now, when fortune has deserted me. She left me before she knew of the change in my circumstances, or had a thought of what was before me. That is a merciful providence for me. All has happened for the best. She could not help it. And yet I have been so bitter and in such enmity against her. Years passed. By Anthony's father died, and strangers lived in the old house. He had seen it once again since then. His rich master sent him journeys on business, and on one occasion, his way led him to his native town of Eisenach. The old Wartburg castle stood unchanged on the rock where the monk and the nun were hewn out of the stone. The great oaks formed an outline to the scene which he so well remembered in his childhood. The Venus mountain stood out gray and bare, overshadowing the valley beneath. He would have been glad to call out, "Lady Halle, Lady Halle, unlock the mountain. I would fain remain here always in my native soil." That was a sinful thought, and he offered a prayer to drive it away. Then a little bird in the thicket sang out clearly, and old Anthony thought of the minstrel's song. How much came back to his remembrance as he looked through the tears once more on his native town. The old house was still standing, as in olden time, but the garden had been greatly altered. A pathway led through a portion of the ground, and outside the garden, and beyond the path, stood the old apple tree, which he had not broken down, although he talked of doing so in his trouble. The sun still threw its rays upon the tree, and the refreshing dew fell upon it as of old. And it was so overloaded with fruit that the branches bent towards the earth with the weight. "That flourishes still," said he as he gazed. One of the branches of the tree had, however, been broken. Mischievous hands must have done this in passing, for the tree now stood in a public thoroughfare. "The blossoms are often plucked," said Anthony. The fruit is stolen, and the branches broken, without a thankful thought of their profusion and beauty. It might be said of a tree, as it has been said of some men. It was not predicted at his cradle that he should come to this. How brightly began the history of this tree, and what is it now, forsaken and forgotten, in a garden by a hedge, in a field, and close to a public road. There it stands, unsheltered, plundered and broken. It certainly has not yet withered, but in the course of years, the number of blossoms from time to time will grow less, and at last it will cease altogether to bear fruit, and then its history will be over. Such were Anthony's thoughts as he stood under the tree, and during many a long night, as he lay in his lonely chamber in the wooden house in Hauschen Street, Copenhagen, in the foreign land to which the rich merchant of Bremen, his employer, had sent him on condition that he should never marry. Marry, ha ha. And he laughed bitterly to himself at the thought. Winter. And it was freezing hard. Without a snowstorm made every one remain at home who could do so. Thus it happened that Anthony's neighbors who lived opposite to him did not notice that his house remained unopened for 2 days, and that he had not showed himself during that time, for who would go out in such weather unless he were obliged to do so? They were gray, gloomy days, and in the house, whose windows were not glass, twilight and dark nights reigned in turns. During these 2 days, old Anthony had not left his bed. He had not the strength to do so. The bitter weather had for some time affected his limbs. There lay the old bachelor, forsaken by all, and unable to help himself. He could scarcely reach the water jug that he had placed by his bed, and the last drop was gone. It was not fever nor sickness, but old age that had laid him low. In the little corner where his bed lay, he was overshadowed, as it were, by perpetual night. A little spider, which he could, however, not see, busily and cheerfully spun its web above him, so that there should be a kind of little banner waving over the old man when his eyes closed. The time passed slowly and painfully. He had no tears to shed, and he felt no pain. No thought of Molly came into his mind. He felt as if the world was now nothing to him, as if he were lying beyond it, with no one to think of him. Now and then, he felt slight sensations of hunger and thirst, but no one came to him. No one tended him. He thought of all those who had once suffered from starvation of Saint Elizabeth, who once wandered on the earth, the saint of his home and his childhood, the noble Duchess of Thuringia, that highly esteemed lady who visited the poorest villages, bringing hope and relief to the sick inmates. The recollection of her pious deeds was as light to the soul of poor Anthony. He thought of her as she went about speaking words of comfort, binding up the wounds of the afflicted, and feeding the hungry, although often blamed for it by her stern husband. He remembered a story told of her that on one occasion, when she was carrying a basket full of wine and provisions, her husband, who had watched her footsteps, stepped forward and asked her angrily what she carried in her basket, whereupon, with fear and trembling, she answered, "Roses, which I have plucked from the garden." Then he tore away the cloth which covered the basket, and what could equal the surprise of the pious woman to find that, by a miracle, everything in her basket, the wine, the bread, had all been changed into roses. In this way, the memory of the kind lady dwelt in the calm mind of Anthony. She was as a living reality in his little dwelling in the Danish land. He uncovered his face that he might look into her gentle eyes, while everything around him changed from its look of poverty and want to a bright rose tint. The fragrance of roses spread through the room, mingled with the sweet smell of apples. He saw the branches of an apple tree spreading above him. It was the tree which he and Molly had planted together. The fragrant leaves of the tree fell upon him and cooled his burning brow. Upon his parched lips they seemed like refreshing bread and wine, and as they rested on his breast, a peaceful calm stole over him, and he felt inclined to sleep. "I shall sleep now," he whispered to himself. "Sleep will do me good. In the morning, I shall be upon my feet again, strong and well. Glorious, wonderful, that apple tree planted in love now appears before me in heavenly beauty." And he slept. The following day, the third day, during which his house had been closed, the snowstorm ceased. Then his opposite neighbor stepped over to the house in which old Anthony lived, for he had not yet showed himself. There he lay, stretched on his bed, dead with his old nightcap tightly clasped in his two hands. The nightcap, however, was not placed on his head in his coffin. He had a clean white one on then. Where now were the tears he had shed? What had become of those wonderful pearls? They were in the nightcap still. Such tears as these cannot be washed out, even when the nightcap is forgotten. The old thoughts and dreams of a bachelor's nightcap still remain. Never wish for such a nightcap. It would make your forehead hot, cause your pulse to beat with agitation, and conjure up dreams which would appear realities. The first who wore old Anthony's cap felt the truth of this, though it was half a century afterwards. That man was the mayor himself, who had already made a comfortable home for his wife and 11 children by his industry. The moment he put the cap on, he dreamed of unfortunate love, of bankruptcy, and of dark days. "Hello, how the nightcap burns," he exclaimed as he tore it from his bead. Then a pearl rolled out, and then another, and another, and they glittered and sounded as they fell. What can this be? Is it paralysis, or something dazzling my eyes? They were the tears which old Anthony had shed half a century before. To everyone who afterwards put this cap on his head came visions and dreams which agitated him not a little. His own history was changed into that of Anthony till it became quite a story, and many stories might be made by others, so we will leave them to relate their own. We have told the first, and our last word is don't wish for a bachelor's nightcap. Something, I mean to be somebody and do something useful in the world, said the eldest of 5 brothers. I don't care how humble my position is, so that I can only do some good, which will be something. I intend to be a brick maker. Bricks are always wanted, and I shall be really doing something. Your something is not enough for me, said the second brother. What you talk of doing is nothing at all. It is journeyman's work, or might even be done by a machine. No, I should prefer to be a builder. At once there is something real in that. A man gains a position. He becomes a citizen, has his own sign, his own house of call for his workmen. So I shall be a builder. If all goes well in time, I shall become a master and have my own journeyman, and my wife will be treated as a master's wife. This is what I call something. I call it all nothing, said the third. Not in reality any position. There are many in a town far above a master builder in position. You may be an upright man, but even as a master, you will only be ranked among common men. I know better what to do than that. I will be an architect, which will place me among those who possess riches and intellect, and who speculate in art. I shall certainly have to rise by my own endeavors, from a bricklayer's laborer, or as a carpenter's apprentice. A lad wearing a paper cap, although I now wear a silk hat. I shall have to fetch beer and spirits for the journeymen, and they will call me thou, which will be an insult. I shall endure it, however, for I shall look upon it all as a mere representation, a masquerade, a mummery, which tomorrow, that is when I myself, as a journeyman, shall have served my time, will vanish, and I shall go my way, and all that has passed will be nothing to me. Then I shall enter the academy and get instructed in drawing, and be called an architect. I may even attain to rank, and have something placed before or after my name, and I shall build as others have done before me. By this, there will be always something to make me remembered, and is not that worth living for? Not in my opinion, said the fourth. I will never follow the lead of others, and only imitate what they have done. I will be a genius, and become greater than all of you together. I will create a new style of building, and introduce a plan for erecting houses suitable to the climate, with material easily obtained in the country, and thus suit national feeling and the developments of the age, besides building a story for my own genius. But supposing the climate and the material are not good for much, said the fifth brother, that would be very unfortunate for you, and have an influence over your experiments. Nationality may assert itself until it becomes affectation, and the developments of a century may run wild, as youth often does. I see clearly that none of you will ever really be anything worth notice, however you may now fancy it. But do as you like, I shall not imitate you. I mean to keep clear of all these things and criticize what you do. In every action, something imperfect may be discovered, something not right, which I shall make it my business to find out and expose. That will be something I fancy. And he kept his word and became a critic. People said of this fifth brother, there is something very precise about him. He has a good headpiece, but he does nothing. And on that very account, they thought he must be something. Now you see, this is a little history which will never end. As long as the world exists, there will always be men like these 5 brothers. And what became of them? Were they each nothing or something? You shall hear. It is quite a history. The eldest brother, he who fabricated bricks, soon discovered that each brick, when finished, brought him in a small coin, if only a copper one, and many copper pieces, if placed one upon another, can be changed into a shining shilling. And at whatever door a person knocks who has a number of these in his hands, whether it be the baker's, the butcher's, or the tailor's, the door flies open, and he can get all he wants. So you see the value of bricks. Some of the bricks, however, crumbled to pieces or were broken, but the elder brother found a use for even these. On the high bank of earth, which formed a dike on the sea coast, a poor woman named Margaret wished to build herself a house. So all the imperfect bricks were given to her, and a few whole ones with them. For the eldest brother was a kind-hearted man, although he never achieved anything higher than making bricks. The poor woman built herself a little house. It was small and narrow, and the window was quite crooked, the door too low, and the straw roof might have been better thatched. But still, it was a shelter, and from within, you could look far over the sea, which dashed wildly against the sea wall on which the little house was built. The salt waves sprinkled their white foam over it, but it stood firm and remained long after he who had given the bricks to build. It was dead and buried. The second brother, of course, knew better how to build than poor Margaret, for he served an apprenticeship to learn it. When his time was up, he packed up his knapsack and went on his travels, singing the journeyman's song. While young, I can wander without a care and build new houses everywhere. Fair and bright are my dreams of home, always thought of wherever I roam. Hurrah for a workman's life of glee. There's a loved one at home who thinks of me. Home and friends I can ne'er forget, and I mean to be a master yet. And that is what he did. On his return home, he became a master builder, built one house after another in the town, till they formed quite a street, which, when finished, became really an ornament to the town. These houses built a house for him in return, which was to be his own. But how can houses build a house if the houses were asked, they could not answer? But the people would understand and say, certainly the street built his house for him. It was not very large, and the floor was of lime. But when he danced with his bride on the lime-covered floor, it was to him white and shining, and from every stone in the wall, flowers seemed to spring forth and decorate the room as with the richest tapestry. It was really a pretty house, and in it were a happy pair. The flag of the corporation fluttered before it, and the journeymen and apprentices shouted, "Hurrah!" He had gained his position. He had made himself something, and at last he died, which was something too. Now we come to the architect, the third brother, who had been first a carpenter's apprentice, had worn a cap and served as an errand boy, but afterwards went to the academy and risen to be an architect, a high and noble gentleman. Ah, yes, the houses of the new street, which the brother who was a master builder erected, may have built his house for him, but the street received its name from the architect, and the handsomest house in the street became his property. That was something, and he was something, for he had a list of titles before and after his name. His children were called well-born, and when he died, his widow was treated as a lady of position, and that was something. His name remained always written at the corner of the street, and lived in everyone's mouth as its name. Yes, this also was something. And what about the genius of the family, the fourth brother, who wanted to invent something new and original? He tried to build a lofty story himself, but it fell to pieces, and he fell with it, and broke his neck. However, he had a splendid funeral, with the city flags and music in the procession. Flowers were strewn on the pavement, and 3 orations were spoken over his grave, each one longer than the other. He would have liked this very much during his life, as well as the poems about him in the papers, for he liked nothing so well as to be talked of. A monument was also erected over his grave. It was only another story over him, but that was something. Now he was dead, like the 3 other brothers. The youngest, the critic, outlived them all, which was quite right for him. It gave him the opportunity of having the last word, which to him was of great importance. People always said he had a good headpiece. At last, his hour came, and he died and arrived at the gates of heaven. Souls always enter these gates in pairs. So he found himself standing and waiting for admission with another. And who should it be but old Dame Margaret from the house on the dike? It is evidently for the sake of contrast that I and this wretched soul should arrive here exactly at the same time, said the critic. Pray, who are you, my good woman? Said he. Do you want to get in here too? And the old woman curtsied as well as she could. She thought it must be Saint Peter himself who spoke to her. I am a poor old woman, she said, without my family. I am old Margaret that lived in the house on the dike. Well, and what have you done? What great deed have you performed down below? I have done nothing at all in the world that could give me a claim to have these doors open for me, she said. It would be only through mercy that I can be allowed to slip in through the gate. In what manner did you leave the world? He asked, just for the sake of saying something, for it made him feel very weary to stand there and wait how I left the world. She replied, Why, I can scarcely tell you. During the last years of my life, I was sick and miserable, and I was unable to bear creeping out of bed suddenly into the frost and cold. Last winter was a hard winter, but I have got over it all now. There were a few mild days, as your honor no doubt knows. The ice lay thickly on the lake, as far one could see. The people came from the town and walked upon it, and they say there were dancing and skating upon it, I believe, and a great feasting. The sound of beautiful music came into my poor little room where I lay. Towards evening, when the moon rose beautifully, though not yet in her full splendor, I glanced from my bed over the wide sea, and there, just where the sea and sky met, rose a curious white cloud. I lay looking at the cloud till I observed a little black spot in the middle of it, which gradually grew larger and larger, and then I knew what it meant. I am old and experienced, and although this token is not often seen, I knew it, and a shuddering seized me. Twice in my life had I seen this same thing, and I knew that there would be an awful storm with a spring tide which would overwhelm the poor people who were now out on the ice, drinking, dancing, and making merry. Young and old, the whole city were there. Who was to warn them if no one noticed the sign or knew what it meant? As I did, I was so alarmed that I felt more strength and life than I had done for some time. I got out of bed and reached the window. I could not crawl any farther from weakness and exhaustion. But I managed to open the window. I saw the people outside, running and jumping about on the ice. I saw the beautiful flags waving in the wind. I heard the boys shouting, "Hurrah!" and the lads and lasses singing, and everything full of merriment and joy. But there was the white cloud with the black spot hanging over them. I cried out as loudly as I could, but no one heard me. I was too far off from the people. Soon would the storm burst the ice break, and all who were on it be irretrievably lost. They could not hear me, and to go to them was quite out of my power. Oh, if I could only get them safe on land. Then came the thought, as if from heaven, that I would rather set fire to my bed and let the house be burnt down than that so many people should perish miserably. I got a light, and in a few moments the red flames leaped up as a beacon to them. I escaped, fortunately, as far as the threshold of the door, but there I fell down and remained. I could go no farther. The flames rushed out towards me, flickered on the window, and rose high above the roof. The people on the ice became aware of the fire and ran as fast as possible to help a poor, sick woman who, as they thought, was being burnt to death. There was not one who did not run. I heard them coming, and I also, at the same time, was conscious of a rush of air and a sound like the roar of heavy artillery. The spring flood was lifting the ice, covering which brake into 1,000 pieces. But the people had reached the sea wall where the sparks were flying round. I had saved them all, but I suppose I could not survive the cold and fright. So I came up here to the gates of paradise. I am told they are open to poor creatures such as I am, and I have now no house left on earth. But I do not think that will give me a claim to be admitted here. Then the gates were opened, and an angel led the old woman in. She had dropped one little straw out of her straw bed when she set it on fire to save the lives of so many. It had been changed into the purest gold, into gold that constantly grew and expanded into flowers and fruit of immortal beauty. "See," said the angel, pointing to the wonderful straw. "This is what the poor woman has brought. What dost thou bring? I know thou hast accomplished nothing, not even made a single brick. Even if thou couldst return, and at least produce so much, very likely, when made, the brick would be useless, unless done with a good will, which is always something. But thou canst not return to earth, and I can do nothing for thee." Then the poor soul, the old mother who had lived in the house on the dike, pleaded for him. She said, "His brother made all the stone and bricks and sent them to me to build my poor little dwelling, which was a great deal to do for a poor woman like me. Could not all these bricks and pieces be as a wall of stone to prevail for him? It is an act of mercy. He is wanting it now, and here is the very fountain of mercy." "Then," said the angel, "thy brother, he who has been looked upon as the meanest of you all, he whose honest deeds to thee appeared so humble, it is he who has sent you this heavenly gift. Thou shalt not be turned away. Thou shalt have permission to stand without the gate and reflect and repent of thy life on earth. But thou shalt not be admitted here until thou hast performed one good deed of repentance, which will indeed for thee be something." "I could have expressed that better," thought the critic, but he did not say it aloud, which for him was something after all. The ABC book. Once there was a man who had written some new rhymes for the ABC book. 2 lines for each letter, just as in the old ABC book. He believed the old rhymes were too antiquated, that something new was needed, and he thought well indeed of his own rhymes. His new ABC book was still only in handwriting, and already it had been placed beside the old printed one in the great bookcase, where there stood many books, both of knowledge and for amusement. But the old ABC book didn't want to be a neighbor to the new one, and therefore had sprung down from the shelf, and at the same time had given the new one a push, so that it, as well as the old one, now lay on the floor, with all its loose leaves scattered about. The old ABC book lay open at the first page, and that is the most important page, for there all the letters, large and small, are displayed. That one page contains on it the essence of all the books that ever were written. It contains the alphabet, that wonderful army of signs which rules the world. Truly, a marvelous power they have. Everything depends on the order in which they are commanded to stand. They have the power to give life, or to kill, to gladden, and to sadden. Separately, they mean nothing but marshaled and ranked in word formations. What can they not accomplish? Yes, when God put them into man's thoughts. Human strength became inferior to that which lay in the alphabet, and we yielded with a deep bow. There, then, they lay now facing upward, and the cock, which was pictured at the big A of the alphabet, gleamed with feathers of red, blue, and green. Proudly, he puffed himself up and ruffled his plumage, for he knew how important the letters were, and that he was the only living thing among them. When he found the old ABC book had fallen open on the floor, he flapped his wings, flew out, and perched himself on a corner of the bookcase. There he preened himself with his beak and crowed loudly and long. Every single book in the case, all of which would stand day and night, as if in a trance, when nobody was reading them, was roused by his trumpet call. Then the cock spoke out loudly and clearly about the way the worthy old ABC book had been insulted. Everything has to be new and different nowadays, he said. Everything has to be advanced. Children are so wise that they can read before they have even learned the alphabet. They should have something new, said the man who wrote those new verses, sprawling there on the floor. I know them all by heart. He admires them so much that I have heard him read them aloud more than 10 times over. No, I prefer my own the good old rhymes, with Xanthus for X, and with the pictures that belong to them. Fight for them, and crow for them. Every book in the case here knows them very well. Now I'll read aloud these new rhymes. I'll try to read them patiently, and I know we'll all agree they're worthless. A. Adam. Had Adam obeyed, he'd not have had to leave the garden where first dwelt he and Eve. B. Bank. B. The bank is a place where you put your money. The bee is an insect that gathers honey. Now that verse I find profoundly insipid, said the cock. But I'll read on. See, Columbus. Columbus sailed the ocean to the distant shore, and then the earth became twice as big as before. D. Denmark. About the kingdom of Denmark. There's a saying which goes, God's hand protects it, as every Dane knows. That many people will consider beautiful, said the cock. But I don't. I see nothing beautiful about it, but I'll go on. E. Elephant. The elephant has a heavy step, though young in heart and full of pep. F. Face the moon. Above feels at its best when an eclipse gives its face a rest. G. Goat. It is easier to sail a boat than to teach teach manners to a goat. Hurrah. Hurrah is a word we often hear. How often does the deed merit such cheer? How will a child understand that? Said the cock. I suppose they'll put on the title page a BC book for big people and little people. But the big people have something else to do besides read the rhymes in a BC books, and the little people won't be able to understand them. There is a limit to everything. But to continue, Job, we have a job to do on earth, till earth becomes our final birth. Now that's crude, said the cock. Kitten. When kittens grow up, we call them cats, and hope they'll catch our mice and rats. Lion. The savage lion has much more sense than the arty critic's stinging offense. How are you going to explain that one to children? Said the cock. Morning sun. The golden morning sun arose, but not because of the cock's crows. Now he's getting personal, said the cock. But then I'm in excellent company. I'm in company with the sun. Let's go on. Negro black. Is a Negro black as night? And we cannot wash him. White, olive leaf. The best of leaves, you know its name. The dove's olive leaf, of Bible fame. Peace, that peace may ever reign far and near, is indeed a hope we all hold dear. Queen. Quack. A queen is a lady of royal position. A quack is a fake, and not a physician. Round. One may be round and well extended, but that doesn't mean one is well descended. Swine. Be not a braggart. Be honest and true. Though many swine in the forest belong to you. Will you permit me to crow? Said the cock. It tries your strength reading so much, I must catch my breath. And then he crowed, shrill as a trumpet of brass, and it was a great pleasure to listen to for the cock. I'll go on. Tea kettle, tea. Urn. The tea kettle in the kitchen will always belong, and yet to the tea urn it gives its song. Universe. Our universe will always be through ages to eternity. Now that is meant to be deep, said the cock. It's so deep, I can't get to the bottom of it, dough. Washerwoman. A washerwoman will wash and scrub until there's nothing left but the tub. Now it's certainly impossible that he can have found anything new for X. X. Xantippe. In the sea of marriage are rocks of strife, as Socrates found with Xantippe his wife. He would have to take Xantippe. Xanthus is much better. Why? Yggdrasil. Under Yggdrasil tree the gods sat every day. But the tree is dead, and the gods have gone away. Now we are almost through, said the cock. That's a relief. I'll continue on. Z. Zephyr. Zephyr in Danish is a west wind so cold it penetrates fur and skin, we're told. That's that. But that's not the end of it. Now it will be printed, and then it will be read. It will be offered in place of the noble old rhymes in my book. What says this assembly? Learned and not so learned, single volumes and collected works. What says the alphabet I have spoken? Now let the others act. The books stood still, and the bookcase stood still. But the cock flew back to his place at the capital A in the old ABC book and looked proudly around. I have spoken well, and I have crowed well. The new ABC book can't do anything like that. It will certainly die. In fact, it's dead already, for it has no cock.